Hold on, there we go. Thank you, folks. There we are. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome into the High Noon Show. My name is Pugs Moran, and I do this every Monday through Friday at 12 p.m. It's a rundown of all today's news, the headlines, the hot topics, the events that are shaping this day, and more to the point, how we shall perceive this day in the future. So I'm going to get you all caught up on everything that you need to know so you don't have to feel like an idiot. We do this in a couple of stages. We do start out by doing the history of the day. We take a look back on what this day has represented. We talk about the events that I want to talk about. Honestly, that's it. I'd love to say that we talk about all the events, but boy, that would be crazy because it's been a lot of years and a lot of things have happened. So I just talk about the things that I feel I can rant about for, a couple of seconds or so. And then we move on. Then we do birthdays. People born on this day. We talk about people who are celebrating birthdays. Those who have already died, we talk about them as well. Again, criteria being I have to be able to rant on them for at least 15 minutes, or 15 seconds. Then we move into the deaths, people who have died. These are the people who've died on this day. And we have a little fun with this segment. We like to take a look at the individuals. We discuss their contribution to humanity during their time here on this planet. And then we decide heaven or hell. Yeah, we they in heaven or they're dead. They died on this day. Where do you think they went? And then we answer. We discuss them, and we're like, that dude's in hell. Yeah, that's what. So that's how we do it. Those are the first 3 quarters of this 4-quarter show. We've got the erstwhile on this day, which is a look back at the events that shaped this day throughout history. Then we've got the birthdays. Then we've got the deaths. Then we move into the hot topics of the day. Let's see here. What do I need to say? We do a little small talk segment here at the beginning. High Noon Report with me, Pugs Moran, is brought to you today. Our executive producers, thank you so much, Christina P. Thank you so much, Christina. And Frankie. Frankie's one of these guys who tips. And by the way, Frank, I hope I'm not outing you on this. Frank's one of these guys. I love people who do it this way. Look, I don't mind people who do it the other way, especially, the saviors who come swooping down at the end. And just as I'm affixing the noose around my neck at the end of the month, they come in and they make a donation. And I'm like, oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, so we can do another month. I love those people too. Frank, who's producing today, Frank tips like every couple of days, couple of bucks, like he's coming in, having a cup of coffee, sharing it. It's great. It's great. I love it. So thank you, Frank. Christina, thank you. Christina, you know about how Christina is like. Christina drops wads. She drops a nice chunk. Christina does that. She's been doing it monthly, and I certainly do appreciate it. So thank you. Today's executive producers on the fully crowdfunded daily stream, Christina P. and Frank S. Here's the deal about this show. We don't get into politics. I refuse to do politics. I ain't doing your stupid divisive red or blue. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Biden. Those things are ruining this country. So what I'm here to do is try and ruin it with some other things. We're going to talk about all the other stuff to get us, all the stuff that has nothing to do with how we vote. We're just going to do fence line conversation, the kind of thing you dip your chin over the fence line there like that. And you're like, hey, Bob, what you doing? And then Bob, hey, did you hear about? That's what we do here. Non-political. So if you support this kind of programming, please make it a point throughout your stay with us to drop a little something in the tip jar if you're so inclined. If not, that's fine too. We love everybody. Just come one, come all. All right. So we are in day 2 of what for me is going to be, I was talking about this yesterday, very anxious. It's homecoming weekend for my kid. My kid's a freshman in high school. It's homecoming weekend. Had the game last night. I was very worried about the game because his team thus far, they've played 3 road games. They are 3-0, and they're not just 3-0, but they are dominant 3-0. Like they won one game. They only played 3 quarters of one game because the ref was like, it's 62-6. And we went home. So there's that. So he's playing on a team that's really good. And it's important to us because he played for 2 years on a team that only won 1 game in 2 seasons. So now he's on a super team, and it's quite a different experience. He's paid his dues. He lost every game for 2 straight years, except one. He's paid his dues. So I was worried about the game because there was a bye week, and we're 3-0. I know. I say we. I'm a player dad. I say we. So we're 3-0. And by the way, this is now my favorite football team, my favorite sports team in the world. Y'all know I'm a White Sox fan. You know, I love my dumpster fire Bears. You know, I like my Bullies. You know, I like my Mavericks. You know, I have toleration for the Cowboys. But I am a sports fan. But I have to say, honestly, my favorite sports team in the world, and possibly my favorite sports team of all time, if I could put posters on no, that'd be weird. Call the FBI if that were the case. But what I'm saying is my favorite sports team is the Plano East freshman team. It's what my kid plays for. So I was worried about the game yesterday because they're coming off a bye week. And again, they're 3-0, 3 dominant road victories. They've outscored their opponents. I believe it was something like 180 or something to 14. It's a ridiculous lap. So they go into a bye week and are they feeling themselves? At least my kid. My kid is strutting around. Yeah. Ain't nobody ever going to beat us. And I think we all know that there are life lessons that the 14-year-old is going to learn. And right now he's feeling himself. So I was a little bit worried going into last night's game because it's the first game in district. And district is more important than just the first 3 games that are road games way out in the middle of nowhere playing, Texas rural teams or what. I mean, we went far. I know Burleson ain't far. It's far from me. I know North Prosper ain't far. It's far from me. I know Wiley's far. Okay, anyway. So now it's a district game. And I was worried. That they were going to get. And guess what happened? Man, this super team of freshmen, my son's the center. The super team of freshmen take the field feeling themselves against their district rival. Their real rival, too. This is like Bears, Packers. This is like Cowboys, Giants. They're playing Central. This is Plano East versus Plano. They hate each other. The freshman teams, not varsity. And my son's team comes out, takes the field, and gets just mollywopped right in the face. The very first drive, this team just This team. It was Vines High School, Plano Central. Okay, so it's that team. They had a running back, number 33. E was with me. E went to the game. E, if you know him, he joins us on the Radio Misfit show. E joined me at the game last night, and we were like 33. This kid, number 33 on this high school, was like Derrick Henry. Like Derrick Henry now. Not like Derrick Henry in high school. He was like Derrick Henry now playing against the high school freshman team. He must have had 300 yards. He ran back. He had 2 touchdowns taken back. This was the team my son was playing. This dude, number 33, had 2 touchdowns taken. He's a super athlete, and I don't know his name, and I got to find out his name. But let me tell you, in the coming years, we're going to hear a lot about this kid. He is the greatest high school running back I have ever seen. They couldn't stop him. And when they did stop him, it took 10 defenders. It took the entire team. They had to gang tackle him. This dude was, he's incredible, man. And that's the other fun thing about high school football is that, if you're normal, you can go and you can really appreciate the athleticism of other teams too. We're like, man, this kid's good. I told that to my son though, after the game, we're walking to the bus and I go, man, that 33 was really good. And he looks at me and he goes, oh, that guy. That guy's going to haunt my dreams. But at halftime, they were up by 2 points. Remember, super team. My kid thinks they're a super team. They got mollywopped. They got a little big for their britches. Came into a district game against their rival. Got mollywopped in the first half. So yeah, they were up 2 points at the half. But still, they had never had anybody this close. They didn't have the lead until 2 minutes left in the half. Right? They had never experienced this before. They go into the locker room, and their coach is just so wonderful. They came out. The other team didn't score again the whole second half, and my kid's team hung 30. So we won 30-6. So there we go. But isn't that crazy? Like when you win a game, when you win one game 62-8, and then you win another game 56-0, right? Those were the 2 games going into this one. When you win 30-6, or was it 38? Might have been, I don't know, 36 or 38, whatever. When you win that, it's like, well, that was a close one, but it really wasn't. So anyway, day 1 of my incredibly anxiety-filled 3-day weekend is over in the books, and we won. So that was good. Other things I was anxious about. I was worried. My kid's a captain, so was he going to walk out? Was he still a captain? Because he'd missed the previous game because he sprained his ankle, so he'd only been back a couple of days. He'd only been practicing again since Monday. He had the whole bye week off. He had the week that he sprained his ankle off. So, so it was his first week back, and I'm like, are you starting still? And he goes, no, well, maybe, I don't know. So that was a big anxiety thing. He did not start. He did not start. And, he didn't deserve to start because the other kid, when he got hurt for 2 weeks, the other kid busted his ass in 105-degree temperatures in practice on a bye week. That kid didn't even get a game, as a payoff for all of his practice hard work. So the other kid started, but after the first series, they moved my kid back in because the other kid who started had a couple of muff snaps. So, a lot of pressure was on the kid. That's okay. That's okay. But we won. So that's very exciting. We're happy about that. All right. Let's see. What else did I want to mention? We got a dance. We got a school dance coming up. It was funny last night. I'm in the stands. I'm sitting there with E. And my son's got a girlfriend, and she's around there somewhere. I don't know where she is. I don't know what she looked. I got a picture. I'm looking at a picture that he sent me like weeks ago, and it wasn't even a good picture. It was like a selfie. So I can't really. So I'm looking at this girl. I'm looking at all the people in the stands. I'm trying to find this girl. I mean, I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't like go up and say, "Hi, how are you?" That'd be humiliating for him. No, but I just, wanted to see. She was cheering for him. I'm his dad. I want to see if she's talking to another boy. I want to watch her. I want to see what kind of a chick we're dealing with here. Couldn't find her. And then I just had to stop looking because it was weird that I was looking very closely at high school freshman girl. You know what I mean? It's like I got to stop trying because I'm old, right? And I wear like these glasses. So I'm like looking like this and I'm staring. I'm like, okay, old man's got to stop staring at strange girls. I was trying to identify one that might have been my son's girlfriend, but we stopped that. All right, let's get into today's stories, shall we? And that's really what these are, stories from the past. My name is Pugs Moran, and welcome to the High Noon Report or Rant, whatever you're comfortable calling it. I guess it comes down to whatever I'm comfortable calling it. It's the High Noon Rant. That's what it is. It is the 22nd day of the beautiful month of September, year of our Lord, 2023. Fun fact, there are 100 days remaining until the end of the year. That's right, we're in the 100-day countdown. You got 100 days until you are going to have something to do. That's New Year's Eve. Or is it 99 days? It's 99 days, right? It's New Year's Eve. You have 99 days. Oh, yesterday was the one. Anyway, plan your New Year's Eve evening now. Otherwise, avoid the rush, as they say. There are 100 days remaining until the end of the year. This is the 265th day of the year. All right, let's get started. Let's do a little segment that we like to call here Erstwhile on this day. If you're more comfortable, maybe you'd feel better calling it Previously on September the 22nd. This is where we take a look back at history. And, we just try and look for rhythms and patterns, things that might give us an edge in predicting what's going to happen on this day. Because there are things that happen over and over again over time on the same day. Many times it's weather related, and that's explainable. Other times it's not. On this day in 1823, Joseph Smith claims to have found the golden plates after being directed by God through the angel Moroni to the place where they were buried. This is some Mormon stuff, right? Okay. I don't know a lot about Mormons. Because until very recent, okay, see, this is now it's Catholic programming. Now my Catholic programming is kicking in. I was raised Catholic. I'm lapsed Catholic. I don't go to church or mass. Sorry. But I am culturally Catholic. Like I dig the Pope. Like I like the Majesty. I like all of that stuff. But because I'm Catholic, I was programmed to believe that, and this is going to come as a shock to a lot of you, but I'm sorry, truth hurts. All of you who aren't Catholic are going to burn in hell forever. Yeah. Oh yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You evangelicals, the Jews, the Muslims, all of it. This is just what I know to be fact because it's what I was told as a young Catholic. It's called programming. You're all going to burn in. That's just a fact of what I believe. Okay. So. I was always led to believe that Mormonism was like a cult. Like, you know what I mean? Like even in the Catholic, when you're being brought up Catholic, there is a begrudging respect for Protestantism. You know what I'm saying? Baptists and, all that kind of stuff. And the Christian, and there was even not a begrudging, but there was a real respect, I think, in the Catholic Church for Jews. Like they acknowledge the Jews. Like, yeah, the Jews are real. We don't like them, but yeah, they're a legit religion. That was the Catholic viewpoint. and Muslims. Catholic religion always acknowledged the Islam. You know why? I'll tell you why. And this is a fun fact that joins Catholics and Muslims. And I bet a lot of Catholics don't even realize this, but it's why officially, the Catholic religion has always been kind of cool with Islam. Islam is the only other religion in the world that holds Mary, Mother of God, as one of their main people. Like Islam treats Mary, Mother of Jesus, Mother of God, Mary, Mother of Jesus, as a saint. She's a very important player in Islam, in the stories and all of that, as is in Catholicism, where Mary is like the most, honestly, sure, we got Jesus, but it's really all about the mother. That's what Catholicism is about. It's all about the mother. It's all about Mary. I mean, Jesus, yeah, he's great. He's the son. But Mary, that's what Catholicism is. And the other religions don't. Obviously, Judaism doesn't. And Evangelical Christianity doesn't really hold. Mary's important because she's the mother of God, but she's not like one of the bosses, like Mary in Catholicism is like a team owner, she's like, but in other religions, maybe she works in the front office. You know what I mean? It's all right. So on this day, so I never thought Mormonism was real, but apparently now, is it because of Romney? Did Romney sort of mainstream Mormonism? And again, this is just me and my Catholic programming talking. I fully acknowledge that Mormonism is a real religion and a true faith. My point is this: the story doesn't help. The story in 1823 of Joe Smith finding a bunch of magic golden plates that were delivered. See, we're kind of okay believing these kinds of things when they occur in in the year 1200 BC, Moses, because we are totally disconnected from any kind of projection of our way of life onto that way of life. So we believe it. And he parted the Red Seas, and we go, that could have happened back then, just because we have no way of knowing. But if somebody said, yeah, in 1977, he parted the Hoover Dam, that people would be like, no, he didn't. That's a lie. That's full crap. That's kind of my problem with Mormonism. It's too new. It's too new. They're using all the magic stories from all the ancient religions, but it's too new. 1823 is when this guy is walking through the woods of America. He was already living here. He was like in Iowa, or actually Illinois, Iowa, and then all the way up to Utah. Anyway, on this day, Joseph Smith found the golden plates. No, he didn't. See, this is... In 1919 on this day, boy, see, this is rhythms, right? What do we got here? We are in a 2023, September of 2023. It is a strike month. We got lots of strikes going on. On this day in 1919, the Great Steel Strike of 1919, led by the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, begins in Pennsylvania before spreading across the United States. This was a big deal. This was one of the major moments in the union movement in America occurring on this day in 1919. On this day in 1975, Sarah Jane Moore tries to assassinate U.S. President Gerald Ford, but is foiled by Secret Service. Sarah Jane Moore. Okay. Sarah Jane Moore. Now, let's not get her confused with Squeaky Fromm. Squeaky Fromm, it was 3 weeks earlier when Squeaky Fromm tried to kill Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford had 2 failed assassination attempts in the same month. How crazy is that? All right, so Squeaky fails, and then 3 weeks later, Sarah Jane Moore, another woman, 2 women. How weird. First of all, there's almost never presidential assassination attempts. I mean, the Secret Service is pretty good. I'm sure there's always kooks going, I'm going to do, and they shut that down real quick. There's almost never, we haven't had a president since Reagan, where somebody pulled a gun and everybody went, and they ran and shot. And that was Reagan. And then before Reagan, it was Ford. And then we had Kennedy. And I don't know, was there ever I don't know. Anyway, they don't stand the test of time. Anyway, Ford had 2 by women. The only 2 women ever to attempt to assassinate a United States president did it 3 weeks apart in 1975. It's weird. So anyway, Squeaky Fromm, she did it. She was a whack job. She was part of the Manson family. So, you can just go with her. You can be like, she's weird, whatever. That explains it, Manson family. But then 3 weeks later, Sarah Jane Moore, who was seemingly normal, she was like a housewife. She was an accountant. Here's okay, seemingly normal. But here's a real interesting fact about Sarah Jane Moore. At the time that she tried to assassinate President Ford on this day in 1975, Sarah Jane Moore was working as an informant for the FBI, an active informant for the FBI, and she had been so for years. She was known to all of the. Here's the other interesting thing. What was the? She did something. She did something with a gun. She got in trouble for a gunplay, crazy gunplay, and they took her gun away from her. The state of California. And then in the morning, what was the story? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to go into that story. Anyway, there's all these crazy fun facts about Sarah Jane Moore, and I've always wanted to start a conspiracy theory about Sarah Jane Moore because there is just so much there. She worked for the FBI. She was so normal. Was she a Manchurian candidate? A lot of people say that, and by a lot of people, I mean me just now. That was very Trumpy of me. I know. I know. By a lot of people. He means him just now. People are saying. Anyway, Sarah Jane Moore on this day, she tried to kill She's interesting. A movie should be, seriously, there should at least be a movie. I see Jessica Chastain. I see Jessica Chastain as very complicated and very weird Sarah Jane Moore, who was so weird because she was so normal. On this day in 1979, a bright flash resembling the detonation of a nuclear weapon is observed near the Prince Edward Islands. Its cause is never determined. All right, so it actually was like most scientists are like, yeah, I know it's a mystery, and a lot of people have fun with what was that giant flash of light that occurred there off South Africa back in 1979. But scientists are all like, yeah, no, we know what that is. We know what that is now. That was apparently a secret nuclear detonation between Israel and South Africa, and they did it out there, and they didn't tell anybody. And there was a nuclear freeze at the time. So you weren't allowed to develop anything. So, we now know historically that Israel and South Africa were canoodling there on nuclear arms development illegally during this time. And so the great flash, as it's known, everyone's basically, nobody's saying it because we can't say anything bad about Israel or something. I don't know, but nobody's saying it. But yeah, it was Israel and South Africa testing their joint nuclear arms because they did jointly. Because nobody wanted to do it alone because there was a freeze. You get a lot of trouble if you were screwing with nukes back then. Because somehow the only people allowed to have nukes back then were America and Russia, or Soviet Union at the time. On this day in 1980, Iraq invades Iran, sparking the nearly 8-year Iran-Iraq war. Yeah. That was what. Don't think we didn't play a role in that. That was back when we were going out to steak dinners with Saddam Hussein, whining and dining him. Because remember, we didn't like Iran. Iran took our hostages. Iran had flipped from a controllable puppet state headed by the Shah, who was essentially just beholden to American interests, and he did whatever American interests were, which was good for us. Although he was crazy rotten, the Shah, he was terrible. He was a dictator, but at least we could control him, and he knew he didn't bite the hand that fed him, that kind of a thing. So he was gone. And then the Muslim rising, the students took over. There was crazy radical Islam took over Iran. That's where we had the Ayatollah come out of exile and all of that. So now we got the Iran of today. Saddam Hussein was the next door neighbor. Saddam Hussein was kind of like the Shah of Iran. He was at this point just an American puppet. He was just a dude. He was a dictator. We were cool with a dictator as long as that dictator dictated things that we were okay with. And that's what he did. And we wined and dined him, and we were like, hey, man, it's 1980. Wouldn't you like to have all of Iran? Because you should go do that. And we basically started the war. And Saddam Hussein invaded Iran because we told him it was cool. It was cool to do it. And, the rest is history. Then he got hungry. He was like, I'm so powerful. So anyway, he turned out to be a madman that we couldn't control. We could control the Shah. We couldn't control Saddam. Prince Edward, what's that? I'm sorry, missed that one. On this day in 1991, erstwhile on this day, the Dead Sea Scrolls are made available to the public for the first time. I don't know what those are. Those are some ancient Jewish transcripts. What do they say? There are all these things that I'm supposed to know about. The Magna Carta, right? Okay, that's English, establishes common law, right, or whatever law, basic premise for law. I think. I don't know. Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't know. What is it? It's a Jewish thing. I know it's like ancient Jewish. I don't know what they are. All right, that's going to do it for erstwhile on this day. Did we learn anything? Probably not. It's time now for a little segment we like to call Buanum Buanum Buan. Hold on. There we go. That's too loud. Buanum Buanum Buanum. They say it's their birthday. Birthday segment. We go through people who are celebrating birthdays today. I riff a little bit on what I know, and then we move on. Happy birthday, born on this day in 1927, died in 2021. I mean, I knew he died. I didn't know he died that recently. Okay. One of my favorite characters from my childhood. Born on this day in 1927, Tommy Lasorda. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Lasorda. Tommy Lasorda was manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, manager in the 1970s. It was at a time when the Los Angeles Dodgers moved from New York in the 1950s. And over the course of about 20 years, they had laid down roots in Los Angeles that were bolstered by the entertainment industry. So when the Dodgers were trying to, establish a foothold there, they'd turn up on Leave It to Beaver in the 50s. Hey, it's Don Drysdale in or the Brady Bunch. Hey, it's Sandy Koufax. So there was a partnership between the Dodgers and Hollywood. And it all sort of came to fruition in the 1970s when the Dodgers got really good. And they had a manager by the name of Tommy Lasorda, who was a lifetime Dodger, man. This dude played for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He came through the system. He's a Dodger for life. That's all he ever did. And he would go on to be the most memorable. I don't know if he's the most winning, but I certainly know he's the most memorable of all the Los Angeles Dodger managers. He was I'll put it to you this way. Baseball fans, maybe baseball fans too young to remember Tommy Lasorda. There has never been a manager like Tommy Lasorda. And I'm not talking about his baseball prowess. He was good at baseball. He understood that. He was a winning manager. I'm talking about he was a superstar. He was everywhere. He was on TV. He would walk on the Tonight Show with Sinatra idling in the car. Lasorda was big, man. That era, do you think this is just sentimental attachment that's causing bias? Because the managers of that era of baseball, man, they seemed great. Like Billy Martin, the battles between, not even battles really, but the rivalry between Billy Martin and Tommy Lasorda, I mean, that shaped my love for baseball. My teams were never in it. But, on the national stage, come October, you could watch the Yankees and the Dodgers. Lasorda versus Billy. It's just great. And then you had, who was the other guy that I liked? Earl Weaver down there in Boston, or in Baltimore. That dude was a nut. That guy was awesome. All right, moving on. Happy birthday, Tommy Lasorda. He's dead now. I liked him. Born on this day in 1927. Born on this day in 1942. And another one from the sports world, David Stern. David Stern brought the NBA to prominence. He saw what he had in Larry Bird and Magic Johnson and said, I can work with this. And then, just as they were getting a little long in the tooth, he was introduced to a new kid named Michael Jordan. So the massive growth. If you remember what the NBA was in 1980 and think about what it is today, that is almost entirely due to the shepherdship of one David Stern. Born on this day in 1942. Born on this day. All right, we're going to go into a little run through here of Gen X rock icons. And not rock icons because they're big, but rock icons because they made an impact. They're not necessarily got 50 hits. Some of them are one-hit wonders. One of them is a big one-hit wonder, but man, what a cultural impact. That's who I'm talking about. Born on this day in 1943, Tony Basil. Mickey, you're so fine. I can't even do it. I'm an old middle-aged white guy. I don't have the rhythm for it. Mickey, she did that. Choreographer Tony Basil, she did Mickey. She's born on this day in 1943. Born on this day in 1951. Here's another icon, rock icon. Not necessarily because he's like in a band that had a billion hits, although they had one big one, and then some other littler ones. But one big one. He was an icon. He's an icon because of the one big one and because of the video. Happy birthday. A guy that I like to call the Kirkland version of Robert Plant, David Coverdale. Happy birthday, David Coverdale. I'm David Coverdale from Whitesnake. Here I go again on my own. That guy. Yeah, that guy. That guy wasn't a bit. That guy was like, I was stupid and young, right? And I'm like, he's better than Robert Plant. When he's really just doing a Robert Plant imitation, at least look and vibe. But man, that dude was like a rock. Like, how do you say this? Like David Coverdale. David Coverdale walked around like he was Robert Plant, and he was in Whitesnake. And I was like, wait. But he had this air of Regency about him. There was like, David Coverdale was a very sophisticated British gentleman. He had this speaking voice that was better. I mean, it's just, oh, happy birthday, David Coverdale, born on this day in 1951. Born on this day in 1950. You want to hear something? No, never mind. I can't tell it. It's a story. It was going to be a Tawny Katane story, but I'm not going to tell it. Born on this day in 1956. Oh, God, someone who haunted me. She haunted me for a good, 6 months. Ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday, Debbie Boone. Oh, God. Y'all even know who Debbie Boone is? Oh, man. Debbie Boone was the daughter of Pat Boone. Debbie Boone had like one song. And who's Pat Boone? I know, right? Like, who's Pat Boone? Exactly, I'm old. Pat Boone was the white guy singer who they gave all the black artists music to. And Pat Boone had hits with black artist songs that couldn't be played on white people radio. So that's who Pat Boone is. But Pat Boone, I don't know. Pat Boone seems kind of cool. I don't mean to, but that is the truth of why he became famous. Because radio stations wouldn't play black music, but Pat Boone would go into a studio and sing a black song, cover a black song, and then have a hit with it. All right. Part of the problem, Pat. I mean, I know you realize that now. He has spoken extensively about it. That's why I say he is pretty cool. I don't know if he gave any of them money back or whatever. But anyway, his daughter, Debbie Boone, had like one hit in 1979. And you guys, if you were around in 1979, you remember that it was like the biggest song of all time. I don't know. Maybe it was just the radio station my mom listened to or something at the time. But that stupid song, oh my God, it came on so much and it was so awful. I mean, it might have been okay. I think I probably didn't mind it the first 200-300 times. I think maybe the first 200-300 times it was fine. But once we started getting into 6 digits, 6 figures, I was like, I can't listen to you light up my life anymore. And you light up my life. You give me just kill me. And you want to know why I know I was right? I was right to feel this way. Normally, I might look back on a song and I'll reevaluate it as an adult and I'll go, you know what? I was just being a programmed little idiot. That's actually a good song. That's actually a good artist. Sometimes I'll do that. I don't do that with this song, and I'm kind of proven right. You know why? That song hasn't lived on at all. That song was the biggest song in America for a year, and you haven't heard it since I just sang it. Well, but before me just saying it, you haven't heard You Light Up My Life in 40 years. That song died because it wasn't good in the beginning. It was just shoved down our throats because, I don't know, Pat Boone had influence in the recording industry. Happy birthday, Debbie Boone. You killed me when I was little. Okay, here's a birthday boy. Here, this is my guy right here. Hold on, let me. Yeah, let's do it. Happy birthday to Nick Cave. Oh, now, I don't know who Nick Cave is. I know that he's like an alt guy, but I'm a big fan of the show Peaky Blinders. And this is the theme to Peaky Blinders, and Nick Cave does it.
Take a little walk to the edge of town and go across the tracks where the viaduct looms like a bird of doom as it shakes and cracks, where secrets lie in the border fires and the humming wires. Yeah, man, you know you're never coming back. Past the school, past the bridge, past the mills, past the stacks. On a gathering storm comes a tall, handsome man, and a dusty black coat with a red right hand.
Woo! Nick Cave celebrating a birthday today. I don't know anything about him. Here's what I know. That song is a banger. It is. That's a song that when my first. Okay, I don't know if you've ever seen Peaky Blinders, but if you want to jump in, that's like going to be the first thing that you see. Like you're going to hear that song. Here's how it's going to start. Here's how Peaky Blinders starts. If you're starting from, actually, I shouldn't say this because I don't know that to be true. I just know that it like really moved me. The opening sequence where Tommy Shelby, where Tommy Shelby who is now a big movie star. You know, he's Robert Oppenheimer. He's awesome. Cillian Murphy. Oh, he's so good. He's Tommy Shelby. The opening scene is that he's on a horse, and it's like he's in this burned out man. I don't need to tell you. Just all you need to know is that it's Nick Cave's birthday, and Peaky Blinders is awesome, and he did the theme for Peaky Blinders. All right. Also celebrating a birthday today. Here's another one. I keep telling you, these are all like 80s rock stars. We did Tony Basil, David Coverdale, Debbie Boone, not a rock star, Nick Cave. How about Jonette Napolitano? Jonette Napolitano. I don't know. Wasn't she energy secretary or something? No, of course, I'm talking about Jonette Napolitano, American singer, songwriter, and bass player. What's going on? She's that lady. And I say, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I say, hey. Yeah, that's another one. That's right up there with Debbie Boone. What's going on? That's right up there with Debbie Boone, man. Oh, God. And oh, my God. If anybody wants me to commit suicide, just make me a mashup of You Light Up My Life and hey. Hey. All right. Happy birthday there to Jonette Napolitano. Here's a cool one, though. Here's another one. She ain't a one-hit wonder. She's an icon. She's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, and I have rediscovered a love of this badass lady. Happy birthday, Joan Jett. Yeah. She don't give a damn about a bad reputation. No, she don't. She don't give a damn. I rediscovered Joan Jett when I started running. I discovered two people who I had kind of dismissed as just relics from my childhood, who even in my childhood, I don't know that I had a lot of respect for, even if I had a begrudging love of their music, you know, because I was programmed to be cool. A cool kid doesn't like that kind of music. You know what I mean? So it was like that. But then as a fat old man, I started running. And I started using, I think it was Pandora at first. And I started using Pandora, and Pandora started picking up on things that I might like. And they started suggesting stuff, and they started force feeding me two people, Joan Jett and Pat Benatar. And I have rediscovered both of them. They are both amazing. Happy birthday, Joan Jett. Joan Jett, have you ever seen an interview with Joan Jett? She's just like the coolest chick ever. And at first, like here was a big problem that I had with Joan Jett for a long time. Big problem that I had with Joan Jett was that she wasn't feminine. She didn't meet my idea of what somebody in the music industry who I would be a fan of should look, behave, or act like. She made rock music like dudes that I liked, but it wasn't, you know, she was very, hey man, I'm a chick and I'll punch you in the face. You know, that was very unappealing to me. I didn't really get. But then as I grew older and I just kind of recognized that, you know, there are people have merits and worth that are outside of just what your instinctive response is. Oh, are they hot or not? You know, they have way more worth. And I started to, you know, just over the course of a lifetime through osmosis, see interviews with her and just see her popping up places. And man, let me tell you something. Joan Jett is a cool lady. She is a cool ass chick. Happy birthday, Joan Jett. All right, here's another one. Another birthday where I'm just going to coo all over them. Born on this day in 1961, actress, comedian, and yeah. Started doing radio in 1992. So that was about the start when I started meeting celebrities and interviewing celebrities, TV stars, movie stars, rock stars, athletes, all that kind of stuff. So I've seen a lot. I've met a lot. This person I think is my favorite. This person I think is my favorite person, my favorite celebrity person that I can say that I got to know a little because she co-hosted our show for a month straight. So for a month straight, I was in a room with her for 4 hours. Happy birthday to Bonnie Hunt. Do you guys know who Bonnie Hunt is? She's kind of famous, but my God, you know, if there really was a God, she would be like the most famous woman on the planet. She is such a lovely woman. Such a cool, not like Joan Jett. Joan Jett is cool and yeah, whatever, dude. You know, that's her. Bonnie Hunt is like Bonnie Hunt's whole vibe is take every friend of yours mother, take every quality from those mothers that are good, combine them into one thing, and then also sprinkle a little bit of the magic that makes you want to date them because they're like so awesome. Bonnie Hunt. God. She set the bar so high very early on, 1990s. I think she was doing either her talk show. She had a talk show, Bonnie, or she was doing her CBS sitcom. She had a CBS sitcom called Bonnie. She was doing one of those things, and they were set in Chicago. And she lived in Chicago. She's from Chicago. She's a Chicago actress, Chicago comedian. So she was doing the promotion, had hooked up with our radio station, and she was coming in every morning and hanging out and like co-hosting the show and doing news and just being a part of the morning show. She was so great. She was so wonderful. She was a big star. She's like coming to her like, really? Oh my God, you ever seen her on Letterman? She's so good on Letterman. You know, she's just great. Happy birthday, Bonnie Hunt. I love you. You don't know who the hell I am, but I'm that pudgy little kid that, you know, was trying to be incredibly helpful to you 30 years ago or 20 years ago or whatever it was. She was really nice. And I make this distinction because you know I will tell you when they're not. I will tell you when someone's name pops up who I have crossed paths with and they've been a dick. I promise to do that. So just believe me, Bonnie Hunt is awesome. Born on this day in 1961, Bonnie Hunt. Born on this day in 1985. Happy birthday to one of my favorite actresses working today, Tatiana Maslany. Tatiana Maslany, she's a Canadian actress. She was the star of the show Orphan Black. And I don't know if you've ever seen Orphan Black. Orphan Black is a really great show about a clone project, and basically the premise is that there's a girl that they cloned like 8 times, or actually we don't know how many times, but I think in the beginning it's 8. The girl that was cloned 8 times, and none of the clones know that they're clones. They all think that they're regular people, right? And Tatiana Maslany played all 8 clones. She played all of them in Orphan Black. And this was a small BBC produced show that I think aired in Canada first, but then everybody was so blown away by it. It went, okay, so this has got to be an American thing now. So it slowly turned its way into America, and it became, what was it, on AMC? Maybe? I don't know. I think they put it on AMC, but the first couple seasons were BBC and CBC. It's really good. It's a really good show, but why it's a really good show is because she is so amazing. And for like 3 years in a row, she was nominated for the Emmy Award for Best Actress in a drama series, like 3 years in a row. And everybody who knew the show and everybody knew the kind of Meryl Streep performances she was pulling in as 8 different characters in every episode, 8 different girls, 8 different modern girls, but completely different personalities, dresses, hairstyles. One of them was half black. I mean, she was so good. Here, let me show you. Let me just show you while we're having some fun with Tatiana Maslany. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me give you an example of all of her different. She's so good. And she hasn't taken off. She pops up in a few things. And I'm like, oh, good. This is going to be it. Let me see. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's see. Let's try that. Yep. All right. So here, we look at it this way. All right. So I want her to be recognized. I want her to be recognized. All right. Let's see. Let me see what we got here. We'll share this. Nope. There we go. Here we are. All right. Very good. Boom. And boom. Okay, so this is her. This is Tatiana Maslany. That's the actress. That's who we're talking about right there. Okay, so let me show you. I think there's one here. There you go. Okay, so these are all the different clones that she played. I don't know okay, so the one top left, we got Sarah Manning. Sarah Manning is the original, and she was killed very early on. She was seen being murdered by Beth Childs, they didn't know each other, and Beth Childs basically saw herself be murdered, and that caused Beth Childs to go, what the hell is going on? At that point, we meet Katya. Katya is a Russian she-wolf. She was a clone that was raised in Siberia. She's like a complete monster of a feral human. Or wait, maybe that was Helena. I don't know. Cosima. Here you go. Cosima in the middle. She's a black girl. That's right. A white Canadian actress is playing a black girl, and nobody said anything. This is Allison. Allison is like a really pretentious, upper-class suburban wife and mom. Rachel is like a I don't remember what Rachel was. I think Rachel was evil. Tony, yeah, she played a dude, their brother. She played a dude. My point is this. If you don't know who Tatiana Maslany is, you should. Hollywood should. She's terrific. She was allowed to play black because she's a woman. She's a woman, and it was a BBC show, so she's allowed to play black. Imagine if a white actress tried to play black on NBC. What might happen? She was allowed to play black. Happy birthday, Tatiana Maslany. And finally, the last birthday for today that we'll get into is baseball superstar, Minnesota Twinner. I hate the Twins, but I hate the Astros more. I really do, and I shouldn't because the Twins are in my division. But Carlos Correa, Puerto Rico, an American baseball player. All right, let's talk about some deaths. Let's talk about the people who have died. These are the people who've died. These are the people who've died. We talk about people who've passed away on this very day. And here's what we do, a little added ripple to it. We ask the question, heaven or hell? By our understanding of what the criteria for both heaven and hell are, and I'm hoping we've got some shared understanding, some loosely shared understanding. You know what I'm saying? The popular understanding of heaven and hell's criteria. We look at these people. We say this person died. Here's what they did, heaven or hell. First off, dead on this day in 1987, Dan Rowan, comedian, television producer. He and Dick Martin created Laugh-In, which revolutionized comedy in American television. Heaven or hell? Man, he was like on TV in the 1960s, and he was already an old dude. Like, he was an old dude in the hippie era. He did some stuff. I think Dan Rowan's probably in hell. I'm going with hell. Made a lot of people laugh, but I don't know. Just the stuff we're learning about that era in Hollywood, it's hard for me to put a man of his generation in heaven. Moving on, dead on this day in 1989, Irving Berlin, Russian-born American composer and songwriter. So Irving Berlin is like if I'm not cultured. Okay, I'm a little sophisticated. I got some sophistication. I'm not cultured though, and there is a difference. I don't know who Irving Berlin is. I don't know. I mean, I know, is he, what? There's like a bunch of guys like Irving Cohn. There's like a bunch of Cohns and Berlins and Hammersteins. I don't know. I guess he's going. Let's put him in heaven though. I mean, why not, right? I mean, born or dead on this day in 1999. Here we go. This is one for me. I love this guy. I love this. I don't know if does he overact? Yeah, but it works. It works. I mean, yes, he's an overact. He's a great actor. His style does call for a bit more projection, a bit more over the top, and not necessarily over the top comedy, although underrated as a comic actor. This guy is best known for his dead serious roles, but he is great as a comedic actor. Ladies and gentlemen, dead on this day, the great George C. Scott. George C. Scott, The Hustler, my favorite movie of all time, Dr. Strangelove, Patton, Hardcore. Have you guys ever seen Hardcore? Okay. So we all know the George C. Scott movies. We all know Patton. We all know. Have you guys ever seen a movie called Hardcore? Here's the only and again, this is why I say that our generation, Generation X, grew up quicker than the current generation or generations of recent time. Here's why. I believe that the generations that are happening now, I have a 14-year-old son. I'm watching him very closely in his generation. They live in an on-demand world. Their entertainment needs, wants, desires are catered to at every moment. So if you think about it like food, if you had a buffet of food out for a kid and it was broccoli and stuff that was good for you and stuff that would, nutritious stuff, or just like, Smucker's Lunchables and, some donuts, what do you think they would go with? Of course, if they could have food on demand, they would take bad food. They just would, because they don't know. That's how they are with entertainment too. They do what they think they want. So kids today, they can watch a cartoon at 2:00 in the morning. Couldn't do that. If a kid today is looking for some kind of entertainment at 7:00 at night, they have more than 3 channels to choose from. They can go to apps and pages, whatever it is they can go to, and they can find something specifically targeting their prurient interests. So they're eating candy. Our generation, man, I mean, I can't tell you. if the thing that was on TV was about marital infidelity and you're 9 years old, that's what you're watching because it's the only thing on. And I believe because of that, we were exposed to subject matter and themes and all kinds of things that forced us to mature and understand the complications of life a little bit more than, that same kid today who is just watching endless YouTube clips and Phineas and Ferb episodes. See what I mean? So and this is being driven home for me this weekend. As I told you, I'm going to my kids' homecoming weekend. From the Radio Misfits show and I went to the game last night, and we were talking about this in the car because my son's going to the homecoming dance. He's got a date. He's got a girlfriend. He's going to the homecoming dance, and it's my weekend with him. And that's not like, but it's not like that. No, it's like I'm responsible to make sure that all this goes off without a hitch. I wasn't complaining like, how dare he do this on my weekend? I'm saying I'm excited to get to be a primary player in this weekend. So I'm asking him, I go, so what's going on with the, he's 14 years old. He's a freshman in high school. I go, what's the plan for tomorrow? It's homecoming weekend. He goes, well, just like normal, just pick me up and then we'll just go do our thing. I go, it's your homecoming weekend. He's like, yeah. And I go, don't you want to go to the varsity game? Like I thought that was a no-brainer. And he goes, oh yeah. He didn't even think about that. And then I said, what about the dance? He's like, yeah, you just drop me off at the dance and then you pick me up when it's over. I go, you're not going out after? I don't have to drive. You're not picking her up. I mean, it's all just very innocent. Like when I was 14 years old, my first freshman year high school homecoming weekend, I was at a kegger. I'm 14. I'm at a kegger. After the football game, then there's a sock hop, then there's a big parking lot fight, and then you end up in a field somewhere drinking out of kegs. That was me. In dances, oh my God, we always got somebody's big brother to drive us, and we all went in a car together, and then we went out to dinner afterward. I just think there's an innocence that is returned to children that I don't think we had. Gen X didn't have it. My God, the average 12-year-old Gen X kid was actually 19. That's how it was. At 12 years old, kids back then, we had the understanding of a 19-year-old. Why? Because we were forced to watch Hardcore. Okay, see what I did? Brought me right back. It is George C. Scott's birthday. Hardcore was a movie that was on cable right when cable was introduced. So now we got some more channels, and now we got some more choices, but still all adult fare. Hardcore is the story. George C. Scott plays a father whose daughter runs away and gets involved in pornography. And George C. Scott plays this crazed dad who is just going around the country looking for his daughter. And it's not the Liam Neeson thing. Like, where's my daughter? It's more Kimberly. And there is a scene. There is a scene where George C. Scott goes into a pornographic theater. He's investigating his daughter, and it leads him to this pornographic theater. And he sits down in this pornographic theater, and the movie comes on, and it's his daughter. And you never see, obviously, the filmmaking is so great. You never see the daughter. The camera is just on his face as the father watching his daughter in this porn film in 1975. Oh, man. George C. Scott, you old son of a bitch. You're going to heaven. George C. Scott, dead on this day. I love that guy. Patton, come on, man. Patton, he's so great in Patton. Dr. Strangelove, he's the best. All right, George C. Scott, dead on this day. Dead on this day in 2003, Gordon Jump, the big guy from WKRP in Cincinnati. The big guy. He's going to heaven, right? The big guy. And he was the Maytag repairman for a while. The big guy, Gordon Jump, got to go to heaven. Hold your horses. He also diddled Dudley on Different Strokes. Does that change your calculation at all? Remember, a very special episode of Different Strokes. Gordon Jump. Gordon Jump was the guy who ran the bike shop that Arnold and Dudley hung out at. Dudley was Arnold's friend. Arnold and Dudley hung out at the bike shop run by Gordon Jump. And one time, Dudley stayed behind, and Gordon Jump took Dudley in the back room and diddled Dudley on a very special Different Strokes. Gotta go to hell for that, Gordon Jump. Shouldn't have chosen that role. I know you're just an actor and you probably didn't diddle anybody, but still, you're going to hell for that. On this day in 2010, Eddie Fisher died. Eddie Fisher is, of course, the former wife of Debbie Reynolds, the father of Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia, and real son of a bitch. He's in hell. Eddie Fisher, definitely in hell. Dead on this day in 2015, one of my favorite guys, the old catcher. The old catcher, he adores the old heads in baseball. And this is, don't get it twisted, this guy became probably the most famous catcher in baseball history. I don't think there's a catcher who's more famous than this guy in fame. I'm not talking about greatest catcher of all time, although get into an argument about that because this dude was a catcher. This guy was, in addition to being a really good baseball player and great catcher. Jesus, he caught probably 100 Hall of Famers. I mean, talking about Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra died on this day. Now, here's why I say Yogi Berra became really famous, because Yogi Berra was a quote machine. Yogi Berra had things that he would say to the media because he's the catcher and, he's in charge of the game. Oh, by the way, he's a Yankee. He's a Yankee, a legendary Yankee character. And yes, the character of Yogi Bear is named after Yogi Berra, the great Yankees catcher. But Yogi Berra was famous for his sayings. And a lot of the sayings that Yogi Berra said accidentally, because he wasn't really articulate. And sometimes he said things that were just funny. Maybe not intentionally funny, but hysterical nonetheless, and accurate in a lot of instances. So let me give you some Yogi Berra quotes. And again, some of these are very famous. Some of these we use and we have no idea where they came from, but they came from Yogi Berra. All right, Yogi Berra is famous for saying, "When you come to a fork in the road, take it." When you come to a fork. Yeah, but Yogi, which fork do you take? Let's see what else. He said, "You can observe a lot just by watching." Yes, Yogi, I bet that is true. And Yogi, this is probably his most famous yogiism, and that's what they're known as, yogiisms. His most famous yogiism, you've heard it a million times. You've said it yourself. You just had no idea it ever came from an actual guy. That's right. Yogi Berra is the first guy to say to a reporter, "It ain't over till it's over." He also is the first guy to say, "It's like deja vu all over again." Famous for saying, Yogi Berra, famous quotes, "No one goes there anymore. It's too crowded." This guy was a character, man. This guy, this guy. How about baseball is 90% mental and the other half is physical. A nickel ain't worth a dime anymore. Always go to other people's funerals. Otherwise, they won't come to yours. All right. but Yogi, they're already dead. We made too many wrong mistakes. Congratulations. I knew the record would stand until it was broken. You better cut the pizza in 4 pieces because I'm not hungry enough to eat 6. Yogi Berra. And okay, we'll end it with, you wouldn't have won if, wait, let me get this one right. You wouldn't have won if we'd beaten you. Yeah, that's right. Slump, I ain't in no slump. I'm just not hitting. How can you think and hit at the same time? I'll tell you, the future ain't what it used to be. Come on, these are endless. These keep going on. I tell the kids, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. Just don't fight about it. Just try to get better. Okay. It gets late early out here. We have deep death. Pair up into 3s. All right, never mind. All right, hold on. That's it. Happy birthday, Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear is going to heaven. Come on, are we kidding with that? How do we not? Yogi Bear. Come on. All right, there you go. All right, that's going to do it for the deaths today. Let's move now into today's show, where we'll go through all the headlines and all the good stuff. Remember, today's show is brought to you by Christina P. and Frank S. They are our executive producers. Thank you to them. So far, I think they're doing a bang-up job. A reminder, if you would like to be an executive producer, all you got to do is drop a little something, a tip in the show. This show runs on your gratuities. 3 years now. We've been, hi, dog. The dog is here. The dog just walked in. 3 years now we've been doing this show. We appreciate the support. This is what this is about. You either support this kind of talk radio, because radio doesn't let you just talk and be a personality and, talk about things. You have to talk about politics. You have to be decisive. So if you want to help out the show, that would be great. We appreciate it. We'll leave the support the show banner up now for the rest of the show. Thank you again to Christina P. and Frank for being executive producers on this very episode. All right, now let's move into the people who've died. Not people who've died. I'm sorry. Let's move into the big events of the day, the big things that are trending. We're going to run through these. I didn't turn the air conditioning on. I am at some point. If you're looking at me going, oh my God, he looks terrible. I do. It's because it's flop sweat. Let me turn the air conditioning on. Can we take a quick break? Would you guys have a problem with that? I'm so sorry. Just give me about 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let me do this. Sorry, the dog walked out of the room and she just kind of stared at me and she gave me a look, and kind of psychic with the dog. I knew what she was saying. She looked at me. She looked at me to come out and lay on the cold floor. And she looked at me like, is there any cold air going to be in this place today? And I went, yeah, I should probably turn the air on because I am sweating like a pig too. You okay now, baby? All right. She's good. She's good. All right, let's talk about what's happening today in the world. That's what we do here. We've already gone through the events that have shaped this day. Now let's talk about this day in itself. How about this piece of garbage? This is a piece of garbage we've known was a piece of garbage forever. Be right back and come off. All right, that can go away. Boom. And let's go back to the support the show. Senator Bob Menendez. Bad name. That's a bad name in American pop culture. Having a name like Menendez. Remember the Menendez brothers? They killed their parents, their Hollywood producer parents. Yeah, I don't know if he's related to them or not, but this guy's been a piece of garbage for years. We've known it, and you idiots in New Jersey, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Bob Menendez of New Jersey and his wife have been charged for bribery. They've been taking bribes. Now, let's do a little backstory. If you remember, a couple of years ago, Bob Menendez, as a senator from New Jersey, was indicted for, what was it? I don't know. It was real shady. I mean, it was real shady. It was real skanky, whatever. Apparently, they couldn't make it stick because when it comes to politicians, I mean, just look at Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton's going around on a victory tour now. And it's like, oh, dude, you should just be respectful. Just go away. You dodged a bullet, man. Anyway, so that's what Bob Menendez did too. He was acquitted, I guess, of the original indictment years and years ago. And he's just a piece of garbage. How do you not look at this guy and go, yeah, he's totally shady? Well, maybe I'm biased because I remember the story from years ago and I remember the details. I don't remember him now. But I do remember the details were dark enough and damning enough that I looked at that guy for the rest of time going, oh, that guy, man, he's got to get out of that party. He's going to kill that party in New Jersey. And I don't know if he has or he hasn't. But anyway, here's what he did. U.S. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey and his wife have been indicted in New York on federal bribery charges related to their alleged corrupt relationship with three businessmen from their home state to protect those men and benefit the nation of Egypt. Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. There's these three rich New Jersey dudes who, buy $1,000 a plate dinner at a fundraiser and then get a little 30 seconds with the senator for their money. And in those 30 seconds, they make a corrupt pitch. And all of a sudden now you've got this. That's probably how it happens. Because the question is, well, how did he come to know these people? Because politics is about money. And as long as you get money, you can get 5 minutes with anybody you want. And if in those 5 minutes you can pitch that son of a bitch on something that he thinks is going to be beneficial and he won't get caught, they will take it all the time. And that's the kind of guy that Menendez was. And so these 3 Egyptian nationals who were living in the state of New Jersey went to the governor. They are apparently doing some shady business. I don't know what they're doing. Well, maybe it says the bribes that Menendez received from these 3 Egyptian men, the bribes included cash, gold bars. They showed these on the news this morning. Gold bar. He was getting paid in gold bars. That's got to be scary when an actual senator is, prepping for the apocalypse. He must not have much faith in this working out much longer. Those bribes included cash, gold payments, payments towards a home mortgage, compensation for a no-show job, a luxury vehicle, and other things of value. This, according to the indictment issued by a grand jury in Manhattan federal court. Senator Menendez, a Democrat, is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Oh, now I understand why some Egyptian nationals might want to have the ear of the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was previously indicted in another federal bribery case. That case was dropped after a trial that ended in a hung jury. All right, there's a whole bunch more about him. This case is being brought by the Southern District of New York. So if you watch Billions, that's the Paul Giamatti dude. He's bringing these charges, developing ... All right, how about this? The big thing that's looming 8 days from now, we've got a government shutdown, or you call it a shit down, because that's what I'm calling it. The shit down is coming. Entire government's going to be dropped. Millions of federal employees and active military service members will stop receiving pay, but many will be forced to report to work anyway. How is that a thing? That's not a thing. Wait, you're telling me that I'm not being paid for the day's work. I'm not going to be paid for the day's work, but I got to show up to work anyway. You're telling me I got to do that. See, that ain't freedom. That ain't liberty. Screw that. That's stupid. Millions of federal employees and active military service members will stop receiving paychecks, but many will be forced to report to work anyway. See, this whole thing that we always, the shutdown, we kick the can down the road. The reason we keep kicking the can down the road is because we truly do understand that when we stop paying soldiers to do the stuff soldiers do, that a whole lot of them are just going to go, well, this sucks, and they're just not going to do their job, federal employee. But they put it out there. You've still got to report. Yeah, we're not paying you anymore, but you still got to report the work. They just put it out there. No, you don't. No, you don't just got to report to work. But see, the alternative is a complete shutdown. We are talking about devastating effects to the United States economy. That's what happens if all of those people and security around the world, if all of our military just went, yeah, we're going on vacation for a week, all of them, because they stopped being paid. Imagine what the cataclysmic outcome of that could be. So that's the reality. So they put out this fake premise, but you still got to show up to work. No, you don't. They're just saying that because they can't imagine what would happen if you didn't. So as long as they know that they're inside our head, well, I'm not getting paid, but I still got to deliver the mail, or else what? Or else what? You're going to get fired from a job that they're not paying you from? Millions of federal employees and active military service members will stop receiving paychecks, but many will be forced to report to work anyway. No, they won't. Forced. How do you do that? You're going to show up in the middle of the night, drag me out of bed, and say you got to go sit in the terminal for 8 hours? You can't do. There's no being forced. Some national parks will close, museums will shutter, and airports nationwide will see major disruptions, closures, and delays. The most pivotal of federal aid programs, including those assisting the victims of the recent Maui wildfires, will struggle to provide urgently needed support. In only 8 days, the United States government is set to shut down, unleashing a real and wide-ranging financial hardship on American families, workers, and businesses. The lapse in funding would mark a fundamental breakdown in an ever-divided I don't know. I don't think I'm a stupid person, but I don't think I know this word. intransigent. Okay, let's just avoid that word. I don't even know why they're using it. The lapse in funding would mark a fundamental breakdown in an ever-divided Washington, where lawmakers this year have struggled time and time again to fulfill their most basic fiscal responsibilities. At the heart of the stalemate, all right, so here's why the shutdown is going to happen. At the heart of the stalemate are renewed Republican demands for deep federal spending cuts more than 3 months after House Speaker McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, and the president finalized a deal, a bipartisan deal that would keep the government open so that we can avoid this nonsense. They agreed to it 3 months ago, but the problem is the Speaker of the House does not, in fact, have the powers that Speaker of the House usually has, because the Speaker of the House usually has the support of the majority caucus. This one does not. Remember how long it took for him to get to be Speaker of the House? 100 votes. And then somebody ran Mickey Mouse at some point. So this is screwed. This entire Congress is screwed. So this government is going to shut down. Military families are going to lose their money. Postal workers, teachers, everything is going to go dark this time because we are in a new era. We are in the Marjorie Taylor Greene era of politics. That her view, she's not the most powerful in that group, but she is the most high profile. So that's why I use her as an example. But that is what's going to happen here. A lot of people are going to get screwed really bad. It is going, I promise you, I know we've said this time and time. Well, they always come up with a deal to kick the can down the road. We are in different times now. I believe this. I think that all bets are off. They would kick the can down the road because in the back of our mind, reasonable people were always like, well, I mean, we're not going to destroy America, are we? I mean, reasonable people say, okay, we'll deal with it again in 90 days or whatever it is. And that's what we've been doing for years and years. I don't think that's going to happen now. We have got a confluence of events occurring right now in American politics that I do not believe lends itself to any form of compromise from anybody. We've got a former president who's looking at like 50 plus indictments and a whole caucus in the United States Congress that thinks that it's some kind of Department of Justice conspiracy theory. You've got an election year. This is an election year. And the majority, here's the problem. The majority of the big troublemakers are not up for re-election this time. So they can do whatever the hell they want. They don't care because it doesn't affect them. If they were actually up for re-election, then they would have to play the game a bit differently, but they don't. It's a mess, you guys. And this is a very big thing. And in 8 days, look, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, man. Do you know how rough that is for military families? I used to work, as you know, for a military charity. And then when I moved back to Chicago, I did some other things with some other charities. But the one that I really think is great is Rob Barr's Hire a Hero. That's like the best charity I've ever worked for. I know a lot of military families, and it was because I worked for this charity. It was my job to determine exactly who needs it for, where does this go? We're going to do a fundraiser. Okay, we should do a fundraiser for this person or that, you know what I mean? So I knew all the stories. This is going to devastate people. It's going to devastate. It's not going to devastate, the people who come home from work and watch Fox News, because those people are more than likely doing okay. We're talking about the older Fox News audience. That's not going to affect them. So they're like, waving their flags. Yay, destruction of America. But man, this is going to be bad in 8 days. They've got to come up with some kind of compromise. They've got to. And here's the thing. They won't. That's what I'm saying. They won't, because these are not serious people. All right. What is this? Oh, okay. We got a storm. We're tracking a hurricane, but it's not a hurricane, but they're treating it like it's a hurricane. Why? Because it's coming up the East Coast. And when Boston and New York and Washington, D.C. gets rained on, oh, my God. Oh, the hysterical people. Oh, it's so bad. So this thing, Ophelia, which is just a tropical storm, although is it going to be a hurricane? Let me see. I don't know. What are they saying? Let's see what they're saying about Ophelia. Right now, it's categorized as a tropical storm. Tropical storm Ophelia forms and is set to lash the East Coast. Lash. Specific choice to use the word lash. Lash downplays it. Lash is not like pummel, devastate, lash. It's like, it's going to happen to us, but we don't want to. Hold on. The quick forming storm will bring heavy rain, strong winds, and coastal surge to the mid-Atlantic and Northeast this weekend. Well, it's going to be a rainy Saturday in New York. The National Hurricane Center declared Tropical Storm Ophelia has formed Friday afternoon and is set to drench the East Coast this weekend, bringing heavy rain in addition to strong gusty winds, rough surf, and coastal flooding. Tropical storm warnings are in effect from Cape Fear, North Carolina to the Delaware, Maryland border. All right, so there you go. They're just ginning this up again. Another big story. It's going to rain. It's going to rain hard. It's going to rain real hard. United Auto Workers got an update here. We're in a big strike month here in the United States of America. United Auto Workers, they're on strike. Not all of them. It's not a national strike. It's only affecting certain plants in Detroit. That's where it started. However, it is growing. I told you about on this day how in 1990, was it 1990? Whatever, the Great Steel Strike, where it began as just a strike at one plant, and then it spread, and it was instrumental in the popularization and the acceptance of the union movement in this country. But it started out just in Pittsburgh, and then it spread everywhere else. Well, guess what? That's what's happening. United Auto Workers are still on strike. It now concerns not just 3 plants in one state, because that's how it was. It was 3 Michigan plants. In the very beginning, it was about 3 plants in one state of Michigan. United Auto Workers strike is now affecting 38 plants in 20 states. Ford has been spared by the United Auto Workers. United Auto Workers have expanded their closures of plants. Again, 38 plants in 20 states. Those were all GM or I don't know what's Stellantis. Whoever owns Chrysler now, Chrysler and Jeep. So GM and Chrysler Jeep are still being targeted, and those plants are being closed. But Ford is not, because Ford, according to the United Auto Workers, Ford is working with them. Ford is sitting down and operating in good faith, and Ford is, negotiating, and they're coming up with ideas that are not completely insulting to the United Auto Workers. So they're like, we're cool with Ford right now. Maybe if GM and Stellantis wants. My point is this: it went from 3 plants in one state to 38 plants in 20 states. It's growing. It's growing. The auto workers strike is growing. It's an election year. I mean, this is when these things happen, because that's when things change. Things change in an election year. Also trending, Zelensky is trending. All right, so these are all like serious news stories. We'll get rid of these. Zelensky's in Washington. Give me money, give me money, give me money. He's looking for support. He's looking for support for the $24 billion package that's been requested by the White House. And there you have it. There you go. We're not going to get into a Ukraine war. Whose side you on? Amoxicillin. It's like a penicillin, right? It's an antibiotic. Amoxicillin. It's the most widely used antibiotic in America, and there ain't none of it. There ain't no amoxicillin left. I don't know why there's not any amoxicillin left, but they're saying there's a problem. So let's see what's happening. Let me see what this is about. I seem to think like I've taken that. We've all taken it, right? It's the most, right? But so we don't take penicillin? I don't know. I just assume. I took penicillin, and they're like, what is it, 1955? They don't make penicillin. It's amoxicillin. It's all these other cillins. A new season of infections is here, but the shortage of a common kid's antibiotic never ended. Okay. What did they run out during COVID? And then parents across the U.S. are beginning to face the struggles of a second winter without amoxicillin, the most prescribed antibiotic in the country. Liquid formulations of the drug, first-line treatments for children with strep throat, chest and sinus infections, and earaches are still in short supply, according to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's drug shortage database. And there's no relief in sight. It is a problem. Respiratory illness season is coming up, and it's going to be a huge issue, said David Margraf, a pharmaceutical research scientist with the University of Minnesota's Resilient Drug Supply Project. Amoxicillin capsules and tablets have not been affected by the shortage. So it's not pills? I don't think I've ever taken them. Anyway, there you go. Amoxicillin. Whatever. Read half the story, and then we get to the point where they're like, the pills are fine. And I'm like, well, that's all I've ever taken. So, show's very narcissistic. It's all about me. Daycare in New York City. Did you hear about this? There was a daycare center. Tragic story. Terrible, terrible, scary, spooky story. This little daycare center in New York City. I think it's in the Bronx. Little baby 1-year-old died of fentanyl poisoning. That's right. You know why? Because the person who was running the daycare center was also a drug dealer. And they had all their drug stuff. Apparently, the kids would take naps on these like little mats. And the mats were kept in a closet. And on top of the mats were stored a whole bunch of big bags of fentanyl and all kinds of things. So it got over the mat. Apparently, you would think you would pack your drugs better so that they wouldn't break open and spill, because that's loss. You could sell that dust that's right there. Anyway, so a bunch of the fentanyl got all over the mats and everything, and nobody noticed. And then the kids went and they laid down for their nap, and one kid laid on a mat and like put a snootful of like fentanyl, and he died. A little baby 1-year-old. Could you imagine? Holy shit, get me a flamethrower, because I am taking down an entire city block. Are you kidding me? I sent my kid to the daycare center. So yeah, so anyway, this place has been shut down. Here, I'll give you the story real quick. Terrible, terrible thing. Poor people, they don't have much choice. This isn't a very bad neighborhood. Seems to be a Spanish language place. So, mom's probably struggling. Dad's out there working hard. Mom's probably got 2 jobs. So that, they got a kid. They got to put him somewhere. So they use the daycare centers. And they're just, man, oh man, this shitty place. I had a situation once when my son was about 2 or 3 years old. And there was a big business deal that was going on. I had to be there. There was something I had to be there, but I had my kid. And he was only 3 years old. And I'm like, oh man, I don't know what to do with my kid. And one of the people that I was doing this with said, well, why don't we do this? Check this out. Check out this piece of advice. By the way, the meeting that we had was in Deep Ellum. Okay. That's important for you to know if you're familiar with the Dallas area. The meeting we had to get to was in Deep Ellum. I had my 2 or 3-year-old. My friend goes, well, you can't miss the meeting and you can't bring the kid to the meeting. I go, no, I can't. And he goes, why don't we do this? Here's the plan. We're going to go to the meeting. We'll get there early. We'll see where it is. And then we'll drive around the block and we'll find a daycare place and you'll just drop the kid off. I never did business with that person again. I was like, are you kidding me? He's like, this is what you got to do. And I'm like, it's Deep Ellum. Have you any idea first of all, I would have to do extensive research if I was going to send my kid to a daycare center. I'm going to at least take a couple hours to look at Yelp. I'm at least going to see what people are. That was so crazy to me. It was so crazy to me. It was so crazy to me that this person who didn't have kids, obviously, was like, what, you just need a place to stick your kid? Like, we're just going to drive around Deep Ellum or the adjoining areas and just try and find a convenient daycare place that might have, hey, you got a slot for one kid? Oh my God. It's hysterical. I mean, I still love that guy. Although we did not do business on that particular deal. Crazy to think that. Investigators have found more fentanyl hidden under a trapdoor at a New York City daycare center where a 1-year-old baby boy fell ill and later died. And 3 others got sick and were taken to the hospital. Detectives discovered a trapdoor in the play area of the daycare center while carrying out a search warrant Wednesday. The New York City Police Department said in an update, concealed under the trapdoor was fentanyl. Here, we got a picture of it. Check this out. This is what was underneath the area where the little kiddies were playing. Oh, God. Whew. I'm having some weird thoughts about this. Like some weird, check this out. All right, so here's the picture. This bothers me. This really bothers me. So in the kids' play area, they pulled up the boards, they found a trap door, and they found this. They found a whole bunch of fentanyl, and that looks like heroin. I don't know what heroin looks like, but I've seen TV shows. So there you have it. All right, anyway, that's going on there. So look. Childcare is expensive. Childcare is expensive for a reason, because it's precious cargo, I see these childcare places all the time, and I understand their need, and it breaks my heart because people in these areas, they need to believe that their child is going to be safe at these places. But me coming from where I come from, I drive by these places and I go, nope, there's rats in the play area. You could just see it. You're just like, nope. No, in the kitchen of this place, there are cockroaches, and it's another luxury, another luxury of being, born into a certain class. Kindergartens are better, nursery schools. But man, this place looks awful. What was it called? The name of this place is It's a Spanish name. So it's Divino Nino. Yeah, the discovery comes after the owners of the Divino Nino daycare, Gray Mendez, 36, and her alleged accomplice, Carlisto Acevedo Brito, 41, were hit with federal charges earlier this week in connection with the death of the one-year-old. One-year-old Nicholas Dominici. Oh, man. All right, there you go. That's a bummer story. It sure is. Here's a different kind of story. It's not a bummer, but this is interesting. Why is the camera so close? What happened with the resolution on the? Why is all of a sudden this stupid? Why all of a sudden is this so close? I don't know. It's just all of a sudden I'm like super, and now I'm sideways like Batman. There you go. All right. Okay, here you go. This is interesting. Let's talk about Eminem. Kim Mathers, who we all know, well, now we don't all know, but you know, if you're familiar with the mythology of Eminem, Kim Mathers is a very important player, especially in the early days. You know, Kim, you know, it's his wife. Well, were they married? Were she not Kim? Yeah. Yeah, they were married, right? Or were they not? Is she Kim Mathers? Because I don't think she is. I think she goes by Kim Scott. Anyway, here's the point. They have Eminem's daughter, Haley. We all know Haley from Eminem songs, right? So we know Eminem's daughter, Haley. And we know about how ugly the breakup with his mother, Kim, was. So it was very ugly, very nasty, and it's all been well documented. Kim Mathers is a train wreck. Eminem is like one of the most, highly regarded hip hop performers of all time. He's probably worth $1 billion. Eminem is there. Kim Mathers, however, she didn't make it out of the 8 Mile. She didn't make it out of the trailer park. She kind of stayed behind. However, she did have Eminem's baby. So, she's been taken care of. And Eminem's been taken care of. Here's what I'm trying to get at. Kim Mathers and Eminem's daughter, Haley, is getting married. And so the whole world is interested in whether and how is this going to work out, because Eminem and Kim in the same blah, blah, blah. Well, it has been announced that Kim Mathers is going to be attending her daughter's wedding. Her daughter is going to be married. I think it's next month. I think, is that what it is? Her daddy, Eminem, is going to be walking her down the aisle. Kim will be there as well. Let me show you what Kim Mathers looks like. This is Kim. She looks hard, man. She's been through some stuff. She is fresh out of rehab again. And she's in and out of rehab. She's got some problems, man. That would be hard. Your boyfriend, Rabbit, you're struggling. You're there. You're supporting him. You're like, you're going to make it, baby. And then he makes it and he leaves you behind. And, this is, but you got a shared daughter. So you're constantly reminded. Could you imagine being their kid, who they both love equally? Let's just say that both Kim and Eminem love their daughter equally as parents. Let's just go there. Let's just, for the sake of this exercise, it's my daughter. I love her. They both love their daughter. Okay. Imagine, like, if you've ever been through a custody, you realize that at some point, there becomes jealousies between the two homes. It's like, oh, he's got a better TV at that house. Oh, they're going on a vacation at that house. Oh, he gets to eat whatever he wants at that house. You know what I mean? So there are inevitably going to be these comparisons. Imagine being poor Kim when Eminem is and like Haley's like 10. And it's like, well, do you want to live with your mom in the suburbs of Michigan in a nice suburb, but it's nothing special? Or do you want to live in Hollywood with your super rock star dad, who everybody thinks is a guy? You know what I mean? That's got to be rough. That had to have been rough on Kim. She's like, oh, God. Haley totally wants to live with him over me, and I get it. I don't have a swimming pool in my living room, like stuff like that. Anyway, but here's something that I found that is very interesting in reading about this story this morning, because they are going to go. Apparently, Eminem and Kim are fine. Long story short, he's been very good to her. Kim is talking now. She's like, no, look, people don't understand this. He's been very good to me over the years, and we have a very close relationship. We love our daughter, blah, blah, blah. I'll be at the wedding. He's giving her away. I can't wait, blah, blah, blah. But hey, did you know that Eminem has another daughter? I mean, we all know about, oh, by the way, I should show you the Haley pictures, right? Don't we want to see pictures of beautiful little Haley Mathers? Because we all knew her from when she was that baby. Where is she? There she is. Here you go. It's going to be Haley and her soon-to-be husband. whom she met at Michigan State University. There she is. Imagine, Haley, that's pretty cool. Your Eminem's daughter at Michigan State University. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Texting Uncle Snoop at a party just to impress friends. How cool would that be? I mean, there he is. Look at this guy. This guy got it. Yeah, he failed to make the football team, but he got Eminem's daughter. So, still a score. Yeah, look at him. Here's the thing. Eminem's got another daughter. Did you guys know that? I did not know that. And the story of the other daughter is really interesting. Who is the other daughter? Let me see if I can find this for you. Kim Mathers. Elena Scott. Elena Scott is the other daughter of Eminem. Now, Elena Scott, this is why I wanted to talk a little bit about Eminem, about how he seems to be a really good dude with his family. Elena Scott is a girl that Eminem adopted in the early 2000s, just as he was becoming very big. He had Haley. He had Haley from him and Kim. He's becoming a star. He's got the good lawyers. He's got Haley. He also then adopts this girl named Elena Scott, who is his daughter, and he still calls her his daughter, and she calls him dad, and they are, he adopted her when she was very little. Who is this girl? This girl is the daughter of Kim's sister. So this girl is technically just Eminem's niece through marriage, but because Kim Mather's sister was such a train wreck, she was a drug addict and all that stuff, and the state was going to come and take away her baby. And Eminem was becoming famous at the time. He said, nope, stepping in. He goes, I'm going to take her. I'm still technically married to Kim. She's my niece. I'm going to adopt her. And I don't know. And he gave her there. I was looking at some footage earlier today from her wedding. She got married a couple of years ago, and Eminem gave her away. It's just such a weird juxtaposition from what I think we feel about that whole story, how ugly it was. And the story I'm talking about is the relationship between Eminem and Kim and his daughters, and how they were torn apart, and all that kind of stuff. The ugliness, the stuff that made him such a dramatic and compelling artist. Now here we are, we're looking at it, and it's like he did the right thing ultimately. Yeah, he vented and he talked about how much he hated Kim and wanted her dead and fantasized about killing her and doing all these terrible things. But ultimately, as it turns out, Eminem's a good guy. Eminem is like taking care of everybody, and everybody is like, no. And they can go to these big, wonderful family weddings that probably wouldn't be big, wonderful family weddings. They're getting married in Aspen. You think that's happening without Eminem? So I just hope he's cool about it. You know what I mean? I hope he's not the guy when you go to the wedding and you're like the third cousin of Eminem and you're invited to the wedding. I hope he's cool. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like, I'm Eminem, we've got a VIP room here at my... No, he's probably not. Anyway, I was interested to find out the story of Elena Scott, how not even his kid, he just steps in, he raises her, considers him his daughter. He has rapped about her, apparently. I'm not familiar with any of the Elena raps. I'm only familiar with the Haley. But anyway, I thought that was a nice story about Kim Mathers and Eminem and Haley and the wedding, and how they are all one big happy family. Although, hey, that's the other thing. Do you think, because like Eminem, I don't know, is Eminem married? Does Eminem have a girl? Because, you know what I mean? Eminem has never, to his credit, Eminem has never been that guy. Like, Eminem's dating Paris Hilton now. Like, that was never a thing for him. He was never, like, Eminem's not going to get Me Too'd. He might get criticized or canceling because of some rap lyrics that he wrote. But, I don't think Eminem has ever been, am I wrong? I don't think he's not like, Justin Bieber is always being linked to some supermodel or something. I don't recall Eminem ever being like that. So my point is this: when they go to the wedding, look, Eminem does go to the wedding. He's got a date. That she's like, Eminem's a god. So whoever he's with, he could be with anybody. That's got to hurt Kim too. Because, Kim's now like in her 50s and she's not looking good. She's fresh out of rehab. And here's, the love of her life, who all of this mythology is based around. And, he's now with a 28-year-old Brazilian model. That's gotta hurt. Oh, man. In the divorce breakup game, Eminem won big time. Oh, it wasn't even close. All right, moving on. TikTok. TikTok is trending because there is I've told you guys last couple of days that I've become a bit addicted to TikTok. I love it. I understand why it's such a problem and why we ought to ban it. I get it. Get rid of it. That's fine. Get rid of it. It's honestly, I'm way too into it. I know it's not good for me, but I can't stop. Scroll. I can't stop. There's just constant. What happens is you get stimulated. It's constant stimulation, constant car chases and whatever. And it's all just in little bites. So every time you're stimulated by something new, you get that in your brain. And that's why you end up wasting 3 hours just going, because that's a drug. We are into a whole new era of drug exploration. It ain't just about putting substances in your body. It's about how to trigger certain natural reactions in your brain. And that's exactly what TikTok does. It triggers more so than anything else. We've seen this sort of happening to humanity over the course of the social media era. We've seen people just, like being dependent on likes and wanting the likes and getting a little bit when somebody they like something they did right. Guess who followed me? Right? We started to see that. But man, it has been supercharged and compressed on TikTok. It is just it's dangerous. I don't know that it's dangerous for the reasons that they're saying. Like, they're like, TikTok needs to be banned because the Chinese going to get all your phone numbers and send you drunk texts. Like, what? Really? That's what we're, whatever. Chinese going to get into your phone. What? Chinese don't want to get into my phone. What? You know what, China? Hey, China, come on, get into my phone. I don't have anything. The only people that China's phones are going to go after are like people in the government and like that, people that have shit. So maybe if you have shit China might want, don't use TikTok. How about you people don't use TikTok? Now, the real reason why the rest of us shouldn't is because of that dopamine thing. Patoosh. Little flares up in your brain every time. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so let me just scroll through my TikTok here. Let me see but give me an example of what kind of.
I'm sorry for anything I said before I had my chai. Such a chai hard.
All right, that's just some chick doing one-liners. Now I'm watching a guy direct an airplane.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know what that is. All right, that's an ad.
Every time you search on...
That's an ad.
In Florida, we need to be really careful about our surroundings because the water looks like nothing. And then out of nowhere...
See?
Alligator can just jump.
Alligator just jumps out of the water. I wasn't expecting. Now it's a hot chick.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, let me show you this. This is kind of my problem with TikTok.
Yeah, why?
I don't get it. This is like every girl on TikTok.
Excuse me, are you Juicy JoJo?
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I'd only last 30 seconds.
See, it's just all such
humans of Earth,
head crack.
fourth dimension, and all the other things we can't see.
I love you, head crack.
What did you just ask me?
Can you start packing my lunches at 7, Mom?
Why?
Look at what she packed.
All right, whatever.
Why did you
Anyway,
ask us?
it's absolutely addictive. It is crazy addictive. And it needs to be banned for that reason, because it's going to make us all stupid. It's going to just make us all unproductive. And actually, I don't think it should be banned at all. But I do understand how it can be a problem. Like, I'm going to self-govern it. Like, I'm at an age now where I'm not going to spend 20 hours a day on it. At some point, it's like cocaine, right? Cocaine is great. If you ever done cocaine, cocaine is great. But there was a time after, I tried it and all that, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm never going to do this again because it's really good. And I'm going to probably be Chris Farley because I can see how that can happen. So, you get older and you learn your things. I don't know if a 14-year-old is ever going to be able to stop themselves from scrolling on TikTok. It's all about the endorphins. Okay, what else is we got here? Let's see as we're rolling down. The Alan Williams situation we talked about yesterday. Alan Williams, the defensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, who, if you were following the sports world on Wednesday, you were told, breaking news, Chicago Bears defensive coordinator has resigned abruptly amid reports that the FBI has raided Hallis Hall and his home, seizing all the computers. That was a report. That was on Wednesday. They went everywhere with this, everywhere. It was ESPN, everything. Alan reports out of Hallis Hall that the FBI has raided the Chicago Bears headquarters. Alan Williams, defensive coordinator, has stepped down. So it's all this thing, right? And then somebody reported. My sources tell me that Alan Williams was raided by the FBI because there was a suspicion of child pornography. Oh my God, that set the whole media world, the sports media world, on fire. Pat McAfee new to ESPN. Pat McAfee ain't been on ESPN a month. He's over on ESPN. He's talking about it. He's going, my sources are saying, and I love Pat, but man, was this reckless. My sources are saying, that they seized the computers. And what do we immediately think when you seize computers from somebody's house? Because there's something on those computers. Well, what's on those computers? I don't think it's nuclear secrets, right? So he went there. Very troubling. And I said yesterday, I was like, look, man, this is awful. This is the problem with blue checks. It really is. Somebody with a blue check, because they pay $9 a month to Twitter to have some form of credibility, at least in the eyes of a lot of other people. This person got their blue check and he put, the FBI has raided Hallis Hall. He is a sports tweeter in the Chicago area. I think his moniker is Chicago Sports Media One or something like that. He has never in his history broken a story, ever. He's never had any information on anything, but here we go. Now he's breaking this. His tweet goes viral. Suddenly sports radio in the town is talking about our pedophile defensive coordinator. The defensive coordinator has to go out and get an attorney. The attorney says, we've been in contact with the FBI. There is absolutely zero investigation under it. Alan Williams' resignation has nothing to do with a criminal So it was a lie created out of whole cloth that made it all the way to a half-hour discussion on the Pat McAfee show about a man who abruptly resigned his position as defensive coordinator, his dream job. He just walked away from it. And somebody online said, it's because he's a pedophile, for clicks. Because the FBI went to Hallis Hall. And somebody went, wait, really? Did the FBI go to Hallis Hall? Well, he's got a blue check. It wasn't true. It's not true. Story got wilder and wilder and wilder, and it just wasn't true. Now, big deal, Pugs, not a big deal. Huge deal. Alan Williams very well may be going through something. Can I drop a bomb on you? You want to know what my sources tell me? My sources tell me that he walked away from the team last week. It was surprising. He left abruptly last week to go back to Florida to attend to some family emergency. That was the story. He was gone for a week. Everybody's like, where's our defensive coordinator? He's got some family emergency. Then he resigns. 10 days later, he comes back and he's like, look, the situation that took me away is going to take more time. I'm resigning as defensive coordinator. Then, of course, it was all, well, it's because the FBI went raided. Somebody went with this story. It's being confirmed by a couple of places now that his 15-year-old daughter attempted suicide. That's why he left the team. That's why he gave up his dream job. If this is true, and I don't know if that's true, but that's the one that I read that I went, oh my God. Can you imagine that? Again, I say if this is true, I don't know. There are also stories that he has a pill addiction from, apparently he's got years of injuries and all that stuff, and that he just needs to get his pill addiction under control or whatever it is. But could you imagine? Because what we do know is that the FBI didn't raid Hallis Hall for child pornography, and that's why the defensive coordinator stepped down. That's what we do know. What an awful story for this guy. If this guy is truly, he said family, we knew that he had left for some family emergency. He stepped away from the team we knew that. And then he comes back in this, and everybody ran with it. Just imagine if he is going through that with his daughter. He's just trying to be a dad. Do you know how hard it is for a guy like him who has been a coach in the NFL for 20 years? He's a first-time defensive coordinator of an NFL team. The next step after defensive coordinator is head coach. There's only 32 of those jobs in the league, in the world. So, and he walked away from it, possibly because of a situation concerning his daughter. And he was rewarded for that difficult choice and that admirable behavior by some idiots on Twitter who wanted to get clicks. He's a pedophile. That's why he left. blue checks. and it can be said again because the blue check system on Twitter was important because those were credible people. Those were people who said who they were. And they're saying that that's why this took off. Now, I don't know who doesn't understand the current situation concerning blue checks that would think, well, it's a blue check. That means they're credible. I mean, everybody should know now that blue checks just mean you're paying $10 a month. That's all it means. Terrible story. It's still developing. We still don't know. There still are no, here, I'll give you a little on this. We still don't know any real answers other than what we know is that the FBI is not involved in anything that was circulating on Twitter and that caused the entire sports world to go nuts for 12 hours on Wednesday. Alan Williams' mysterious departure as Bears defensive coordinator explained by what we really know. Okay, so here we go. The swirling drama involving the Chicago Bears made the sports landscape surreal on Wednesday, while also becoming the most disgusting day in recent memory when it comes to how sports are covered. It kicked off early in the day with Bears quarterback Justin Fields throwing his coaching staff under the bus when asked about his lack of production. This was quickly washed away, however, and replaced with rumors about Bears defensive coordinator Alan Williams. At this point, very little is known about what is actually happening with Williams and Halas Hall outside of the fact that the defensive coordinator had tendered his resignation and that a statement was shared on Twitter. So here's his statement. This is before they started saying he was a pedophile and he was under. This is before the lie, the rumor that the FBI was investigating him for. So he put this out. Here's the statement from Alan Williams. It is with great regret that I tender my resignation as the defensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears football club, effective immediately. I'm taking a step back to take care of my health and my family. I appreciate the opportunity to work with the Chicago Bears, a storied NFL franchise with a rich history. The McCaskey family is first class and second to none. I'd also like to thank Coach Matt Eberflus and General Manager Ryan Poles for giving me the opportunity to come to Chicago. I would also like to thank President Kevin Warren, the coaches and the players, of which I value their relationships and camaraderie. I value the NFL Shield and all that it stands for. And after taking some time to address my family and health, I plan to come back and coach again. Sincerely, Alan Williams. All right, now, if a guy who thought he was under investigation for child pornography is writing his farewell statement, do you think he would put, I expect to come back to the NFL? So he just totally blindsided him. Like an hour after this statement comes out, that's when well, why did he step down? So we'll continue on with the story here of how this horrible, horrible thing began. I mean, why do all the weirdos always go to child molestation? Like, why is that always the thing? It's such an ugly conversation. You're always accused of being a pedophile. You're always like, and look, if you are, you are. But what I'm saying is it always seems to be a charge that people throw around freely when in fact it's such a heavy and ugly thing. Stop doing that. Just stop using it like, you know the person, you go, that dude's a ped. You know that person. So stop using that phrase so free. It's just fucking weird, man. Ugh. It's bizarre to have a defensive coordinator step away from his job 3 weeks into a new season. What made this scenario spiral completely out of control was a small number of unvetted, unproven, yet verified Twitter accounts that had no history of breaking news suddenly having intimate details about the Williams situation, alleging that his home and Halas Hall had been, quote, raided by the FBI in a search for illegal materials. The raid rumor turned out to be categorically false. Let's cut through the noise and break down what we do know about the Williams situation in the Bears, as well as what allowed these rumors to get so much attention. The Bears responded very strangely. It was noted on Sunday that Williams didn't travel with the team for their game against the Buccaneers due to personal reasons. Local media in Chicago attempted to find out what his status was from Coach Matt Eberflus, who on Sunday dodged the question. So that was weird. But now, if Alan Williams left the team because a situation with his daughter occurred, where his daughter And the story is that his daughter may or may not have attempted suicide, and that's why he left the team. So if he leaves the team for that reason, don't you think, I mean, Matt Eberflus might just be a fucking weird, socially awkward guy. If you knew the reason why he was gone, don't you think you also might just be a little bit coy and not talk about it in any way, shape, or form? That's super personal. He left to go take care of it. So when Matt Eberflus on Sunday was asked, what is the current status of Alan Williams and why is he gone? And Matt Eberflus said, I have nothing to say on that matter. It does make sense if you believe that Alan Williams is dealing with something really sad concerning his daughter. It also makes sense. It makes sense if you then believe the rumor that it's an investigation, because you're like, well, that's why he was so cold and so curt about it, because it's disgusting. He's a child pornographer. But you can also apply that to, well, that's why he was so nothing about it, because it's extremely personal between a father and daughter. Like, it works in both situations. Then you had the Chicago Bears issue their statement. The Chicago Bears statement was rushed, and it just said, Alan Williams submitted his resignation as the team's defensive coordinator this afternoon. That's it. When the news story broke that Alan Williams had left, the Bears hadn't had anything released. They weren't ready. And when they did, they fired this off immediately because the media found out first. They fired off official from the Chicago Bears. Alan Williams submitted his resignation as the team's defensive coordinator this afternoon. That's it. There was no, we wish him well in the future and blah, blah, blah. Alan's has a storied career. None of that stuff that you usually see. None of it. Just that simple statement. Now, in the shadow of he's a pedophile, that statement combined with Matt Eberflus possibly wanting to maintain some privacy for him and his daughter going, I have no information about it. Those two things combined in the shadow of he's a pedophile makes you think the team knows. The team knows he's a pedophile. Now, the reality behind the Bears statement. Why did the Bears fire off a one-sentence, Alan Williams submitted his resignation as the team's defensive coordinator this afternoon? Why wasn't it more flowery? Why wasn't it the typical we wish him well and all of that kind of stuff? Why wasn't that? Well, as it turns out, because the Chicago Bears knew that he was stepping away, and that they were going to do a press conference, and that they were going to have a statement developed or dropped and written, but it wasn't supposed to break when it did. It broke when it did because somebody found out, and then suddenly they're being asked about it, and they didn't have a statement, so they just quickly put this out, and they put this out to make it official because everybody was asking, is it true? Is he gone? So the Bears had to make it official. I mean, I just worry about that. Can happen to anybody. This man was just targeted by somebody who wanted clicks, somebody who wanted to be seen as a breaking news sports guy. Somebody made something up about this guy that concerned the exploitation of children, something that's really serious and should never be used frivolously in this way. And Alan Williams, he might have a daughter who's going through some shit. He might be going through some shit. Like, again, the other story that I keep hearing is that he might be on pills, that he might have an opioid addiction that he's got to take care of. He's a former player, got a lot of surgeries. You know, that whole thing. You keep hearing this story. But regardless of what it is, it's not the thing that everybody thinks it is. The story of him being investigated for child pornography went far and wide. This story that I've been following, and I'm trying to give you all the details as I get them. This story is currently being heard by 20 people in the chat room. So, you know, somebody did that to this man, Alan Williams. Oh, isn't he the Sandusky-like defensive coordinator? We can't hire him. Didn't he have some sketchy stuff? Years from now, he might want to come back and get a job. Wait a second. Isn't he the guy that had the sketch? Yeah, throw that resume out. You don't think he's going to face that? Let's just hope there's somebody in that office who goes, hey, I was listening to the high noon rant with Pugs, and I actually know what happened there, and that isn't true. No, that's not going to happen. It's just terrible. People are terrible. All right, here we go. Let's talk about one thing to look forward to this weekend, because I sure as shit ain't looking forward to football. My Bears are playing the Kansas City Chiefs. That ain't fun. Powerball. That's right. You know this show loves the Powerball. Powerball is up to a big number. The drawing's on Sunday. I think it's 700 million. 700 million. Oh, how fun. You guys win the Powerball. Somebody better tip this show because we didn't receive one tip today. This show runs on your gratuities. We didn't get one today heading into the weekend. That ain't a good look. Monday's show is not being produced. That's going to do it, folks. We're done. I think we're good for the day. I am out of things to do. I have a very big night tonight. Very excited. Gonna be going to the Plato East, Plato Central grudge match. Homecoming game. What's going on in the chat room? You guys fighting? Oh, Leslie. Leslie just told me I did a great show. Well, Leslie, you just did a great post. I don't know what that would be. Homecoming weekend. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what I think the plan is. I think I'm going to go pick up the boy. He's got practice. I'm going to go pick up the boy after practice. Got a lot of stuff we got to bring over to the house. Because he's got to have his suit. He's got a suit. Oh, you want to see my kit here? Look at this. Oh, my God. I just got this. And I can't believe I'm going to show it to you guys. I'm breaking a rule here. I'm breaking a rule. I am showing this to you before sending it to his grandma. Or wait, did I send this to his grandma? I don't know. Look at this. Look at this kid. This is him. This is his homecoming suit. Look at her. Who's he think he is? Look at that hair. Look at him. Oh my God. I love that kid. All right. So yeah, we got a big exciting weekend. I have a lot of responsibilities, which means that for some of you champion parents out there, not a lot of responsibilities, but I have some responsibilities. And for me, that's a lot. So I'm going to be dialed in. So here's what I think I'm doing. I think we're going to go pick them up. I think, they got that new Portillo's up there in Allen. I think we're going to go to Portillo's maybe for dinner. We'll get some Portillo's. Then we'll head on over to old Tom Kimbrough Stadium where we'll watch the homecoming game, varsity taking on varsity game. Plano East taking on Plano Central. Which, by the way, here, and I'm totally cool with this. All right. I'm totally cool with this. I assume that when we get to the game, he ain't going to want to walk around with me. I mean, I assume and am perfectly comfortable and expecting to have the experience where, I just go and sit in the stand somewhere by myself and I watch a football game because he's a freshman and it's his homecoming game. He doesn't need to be sitting with dad up in the stands. He can be running around making chaos and mayhem with his buddies if he wants. It's exciting. I just don't want him to feel like he needs to come hang out with me. So I got to make that clear. That's why we're going to go to Portillo's. I'm like, dude, don't feel like you need to hold my hand. I've been to football games before. You go, you run. Besides, I kind of want him to go run because I like to watch him interact. You ever do that? You ever watch the way your kid interacts with other kids to try and figure out if they're like a leader or a follower or, what's going on? I like that. All right. Anyway, that's what we got today. So we're going to do that. I'm going to go food shopping afterwards. We're going to be at a Kroger at like midnight tonight or whatever. The game will probably be over by 11. We'll be at a Kroger at midnight tonight. Yeah, we will. All right. All right, folks. That's going to do it. I love you. We're very excited. We got such a fun weekend. I love this stuff. Oh, God. Life can be a joy. It's all about perspective. I mean, my life sucks, but I'm in a super good mood because there are these things. There are these things that if you just block out all of the other things, the multiple swords of Damocles that dangle above your precious jugular every single day of your life, you need to be able to find a way, have the tools to be able to go, yeah, they're not here right now. I'm just going to live in this moment and I'm going to enjoy this because you know what? It could all end with our next breath. I know that's fatalistic, but it's also optimistic and it's joyful. And I think that's what we could use more of. Mean stuff. I want the 725 million Powerball. Third largest. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Have a great weekend. I love you guys. Bye.
Tomorrow is another day. The best is yet to come. I have found a different way, so baffling to some. I can smile a little now. Things are going good. I always had to be on guard. That is understood. Down the road I'll travel, far from the bird nest. I am on a never